All right, GME coming back. Oh, spy calls, spy calls. Spy calls, we up. Yo, Meme Stocks Junkie, thank you for the gifted right off the bat, baby. Let's go. Meme Stocks Junkie with the gifted right off the bat. All right, looks like the memes are coming back. Spy calls also printing. GDP came out really good, so GDP helped boost the market a little bit. We got Fed interest rate decision coming up at 2 p.m. and then Fed press conference at 2:30. I think they're running back old speeches because he definitely didn't speak yet. GameStop returns. Let's go. What up, Bano? Carbon. Yo, Carbon. Oh, shoot. You guys need to renew your memberships. DH. Carbon needs a membership. Oh, you guys got to get your memberships back. AMC, a G, M, a E coming back. AMC, a G, M, E, a coming back. What is that thing with boobs on its head? Why does it have boobs on its head? Yo, SPY is anyone get SPY calls? SPY to the moon. That thing that, look at his boobs on its head. You see it? What is that thing? What is the meaning? All right, sorry guys, I had to make the young one breakfast. And I had to do laundry this morning. Very busy day today. Very busy day today. Pancakes and bacon. He had pancakes yesterday. Smells like Teen Spirit. Just got a bunch of new subscribers. Damn, they lost all those short shares. They used all the short shares up. They're desperate to keep AMC and Gme down. Absolutely desperate. Oh, 1.3K on yesterday's video. Thank you guys for that. Dark pool, how's it even legal? You got me, brother. Yeah, dark pool shouldn't be legal. Spy calls now. Yeah. Spy calls now. Spy calls now. Yeah. Meme stocks junkie with a 5 gifted. He's trying to help some of these guys out. Carbon and DH need a gifted membership, or they need a membership. We got Dr. Simple, Landon, Dark, Daxi, Chris Thompson, Clip King. All just got gifted. How many minutes are left? Wait, why is it saying my internet connection is low? That is weird. Why is it saying that? There's no way I have poor connection. Bro, I'm running 400 megabits per second. There's no way I have poor connection. Actually, I just ran 450. There's got to be some type of glitch. Yo, we have 6 new members already now. We have 6 new members and a bunch of new subscribers. DZ stock never stays down. You see how DZ stock keeps rising? DZ stock keeps rising. Now I need more people to subscribe. I need 5 more people to subscribe. If we can get 5 more subscribers, we're going to be at 16,450. Heading towards 17,000. Nah, bro, they're rerunning Fed meetings, bro. This is not the real Fed meeting, bro. This is not the real Fed meeting. This is not the real Fed meeting. There's no way.
A bit of shock after April 2, but you see business sentiment. You talk to business
started
people.
Streaming 4 hours ago. No, they're just using reruns, trying to trick people. They've been doing this, and this should actually be
positive and constructive
against
than it did 3 months ago. Let's say. So, again, we think that our current stance of monetary policy is in a good place.
This is against YouTube TOS.
Thank you. I'm Aaron Oakley with Bloomberg. Chair Powell, in February, you told
because they're trying to stream something old and say it's new. And the Fed meeting literally doesn't start until after the Fed interest rates, and that's at 2 p.m. AMC's fine. AMC's dealing with a lot right now, so you just gotta just relax and let it do its thing. Focus on GameStop for today, because GameStop's recovering. Yo, someone said AMC popcorn is more expensive than the shares. That's kind of funny. If you really want to load up on AMC, now would be the time. But me personally, I would not be buying any more AMC. I'm holding my AMC. I'm buying crypto. I'm on to different pastures. I'm on to different pastures, man. If AMC squeezes, I got shares. If AMC rallies, I got shares. I got shares for the low, $2.70. I will make money. But I have shares in the money right now for GameStop and AMC. If they squeeze, I'm good. I got shares in the money right now for GameStop and AMC. I got shares in the money. I'll look at my broker right now and tell you how much I'm up. It's not as much as I was, but I got shares in the money because I buy low. So I'm up 42% on my GameStop. I'm up 42% on GameStop. Average price of $15.98. And I'm up 8.27% on AMC. Average price $272. But you got to learn how to buy low, sell high like I do to get those prices. Bitcoin is literally consolidating. There's about to be a blast off. This is why I'm buying more Bitcoin. I'm buying more crypto. I'm buying more XRP. So basically what I'm doing, and everybody can do what they want, but what I'm doing is AMC GME hold, crypto buy, SQQQ hold, everything else nothing, crypto buy. Last time AMC squeezed, I made like 5 bands. Last time AMC did this, I made like 5 bands. I don't know what you guys did. I made like 5 or 10 bands off of AMC and GME when it made this move. So there's plenty of moves and opportunities to be made. Some people are not taking advantage of it. That's on them. GameStop is bottoming, AMC's bottoming. Not financial advice. GameStop's about to go up and have a green week. Not financial advice. I tried to tell all of you. And I tried to tell you guys in yesterday's video, I wouldn't be surprised if GameStop and AMC have a green day today. GameStop's green. supers, the supers, the supers. Oh no, let's see. Maybe it's not following my prediction then. Oh, now you're good, bro. You already had an early pop. Bro, you need to consolidate for a little bit longer, then you can move back up. It's still tracking. It's still tracking. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Kohl's stock is where it's at, not financial advice. Kohl's is going to go back up. Kohl's is going to go back up. Not financial advice. Kohl's could go higher. It could go back up. Wow, so Rumble bull flag breakout took right as I predicted. God, my predictions are on point. My predictions are on point. SPY calls printing, SPY calls printing. I told you guys today we'll see recovery for SPY. Trump dump, that doesn't come until Friday. SPY calls. Printing. Zelly's in the building. Ghostman in the building. Shout out Meme Stocks Junkie, already giving us 6 brand new members. Meme Stocks Junkie already giving us 6 brand new members. And Fred's Jim. Make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe. We got 121 people in the building already. 121 people in the building already. What's good, Eagle? E-Dangle? Eagle? Whatever, my bad. I seen you message me this morning, brother. I was super busy. Doing laundry, making breakfast. I got a kid to take care of right now. Bro could be chilling on an island somewhere, but he just won't stop. Why he getting so much clean? Why he getting so much guap? I don't really know all the things that I see. I want to cop. Money over everything. That's all I need to know. The cops. You know what it is? Stand our grind, stand our grits, forever. Yeah, we the best. Oui, Marshall Lee in this bitch. All right, we need 5 more people to subscribe. We need 5 more people to subscribe. Can we get 5 more subscribers? Get this in there. All right, so we got 6 brand new members in a super chat already. Thank you so much. Bro, the Canadian dollar went down. All right, guys, we're also getting really close on Twitter/X to 2,200 followers. So if you guys could follow me on Twitter/X as well, I'd appreciate it. We're only 4 followers away from 2,200. And then my Instagram is also going up as well, so I appreciate you guys for the follows. Heard the news Bitcoin is falling. Sell as quickly as you can. I don't know who said that, but Bitcoin is not dumping, and anybody trying to get you to sell is spreading FUD right now because there's only a certain amount of Bitcoin, and I'm not giving up any of my Bitcoin. You guys don't understand. That's some of your guys' problem. You don't understand. Bitcoin is the one thing. Not even XRP does what Bitcoin does, okay? Bitcoin is the one thing. There's only a certain amount. It doesn't make sense to sell any Bitcoin. Other coins, it makes sense to take profit on. It doesn't make sense to take profit on Bitcoin because what are you going to do? Exchange it for more fiat dollars? I don't want fiat dollars. I don't want fake money. I want more real value. It's the only thing with 21 million coins. Anytime you hear FUD about selling BTC, it's to scare you because rich people need your Bitcoin. Because there's only a certain amount in this world. And there's only going to ever be a certain amount. And if you sell your Bitcoin to them, you're never getting that back. So, you guys can sell your Bitcoin if you want to. I don't give a fuck what you guys do. All I care about is what I do. And I'm telling you guys right now, what I do is I'm holding my Bitcoin. Ain't nobody getting me to sell no BTC. I am not selling my BTC. Especially while Bitcoin's in a fucking bull flag. It's about to explode. Hell no, I'm not selling my Bitcoin. Are you kidding me? It's about to go back to new all-time highs. You guys sell your Bitcoin if you want to. Literally, it's the one thing that's a finite amount. Not even gold is finite. Never selling my Bitcoin. And the longer I hold my Bitcoin, the more money I make. Every single dollar I put into Bitcoin has made more money. Every single fucking dollar. Every single cent I've ever put into Bitcoin turned into more money. I will never sell my Bitcoin. Never. Because if you keep holding, you will just make more money. It keeps going higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. Making my money more and more and more and more. I am never, ever, 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 ever selling my Bitcoin. And everybody in here who holds their Bitcoin and actually has Bitcoin right now is going to be a lot better off than everybody who doesn't have Bitcoin, and I promise you that. So when it's 2030 and all the people that bought Bitcoin from my channel are super rich and you're not because you sold your Bitcoin, don't ask why. Because I promise you my channel's still going to be around by 2030, 2027, and we're going to be rich. So it is what it is. You guys sell your Bitcoin if you want to. AMC's about to recover as well. Scarcity is based on perception? No, brother. It's actual scarcity. Max supply. It's actual scarcity, brother. The maximum number of coins coded to exist in the lifetime of the cryptocurrency is compared to the number of issuable shares in a stock. Max supply, theoretical maximum code as coded. There will never ever be more than 21 million Bitcoins. And we don't even know how many Bitcoins are lost. How many people lost their Bitcoins? Hell no. If you understand what Bitcoin is, you understand that it's the one thing that you could just buy and hold and make money on. And that's what I've been doing since 2019. Buying and holding Bitcoin. And I've made money every single time. Bro, you say that now, not buying at 120K? Why is BlackRock buying at 120K? That's like the people that said, oh, I'm not buying at 60K. I'm not buying at 60K. Look what happened after that. Bitcoin is now up 85% from that top. You think Bitcoin's not going to go higher than this? You're crazy. The US dollar is deflating and losing value at a rapid rate. The money is being printed and expanding. As long as you understand these things, you understand that Bitcoin is not going anywhere. They keep printing more money, Bitcoin's going to keep going higher. The more money they print, which is they're going to keep printing because the debt is out of control. So all you got to know is that. You don't even have to be a rocket science. It's not even rocket science. Just know the more money they print, the higher Bitcoin will go, and they're going to keep printing money because the debt is out of control. Bitcoin is the truth. I'm trying to tell you guys. Buy more, make more. Buy more, make more. All right, looks like GameStop crawling up here a little bit. I'm not selling my Bitcoin. I'm just not. I don't even care if it pulls back. I don't care. Give me freedom or give me death. AMC trying to go green on the day. AMC trying to go green on the day. If AMC goes green on the day, it will be going green as predicted. We got a Fed meeting today. Fed meeting at 2 p.m., guys. I think rates will remain the same. GDP came out good. GDP came out good. GDP came out higher than expected, so that's why SPY is seeing bullishness. I told you most likely GDP would be bullish. This is exactly as predicted. Yo, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit that like button. Hit that like button. We got over 123 people in the building right now. Yeah, Fed's definitely not cutting rates. Hey guys, I appreciate you, man. Follow me on Twitter/X, please. Follow me on Twitter/X, please. We are at 2,197 followers. We just need 3 more followers to get 2,200. I appreciate you guys. Follow me on Twitter/X if you don't mind. Never selling my Bitcoin. Never selling my Bitcoin. I just want to buy more SPY calls so I can buy more Bitcoin. GameStop literally just ran, bro. GameStop literally ran from $21.50 to 37, bro. $21.50 all the way to $37. That's an 81% run, and that just happened April of last year. Now we had this pullback since dilution, but we'll probably get another bounce. But I'm telling you guys right now, if they keep diluting the stocks, they're not going to go up. I have to keep it $1.50 with you guys. Kai Supreme got the #1 crown. We got 65 likes, 6 brand new members, and 1 super chat, man. I appreciate you guys. 113 people in the building. Make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe. Hit that like button and subscribe if you don't mind. You might get a rally, but you're not going to get a squeeze if they keep diluting. Ethereum, Bitcoin, everything's literally consolidating. ETH is curling up. ETH is curling up. SPY pulling back. SPY pulling back. Fed interest rate decision in 30 minutes. Fed interest rate decision in 30 minutes. I think Feds are going to keep rates the same. All right, we already got 70 likes, bro. We're flying. Every time I put that poll up, man, it gets the likes going. I appreciate you guys on that. If you can, follow me on Twitter/X. Follow me on Twitter/X. AMC holding 295 support. AMC holding 295 support. Looks like Bitcoin and Ethereum are consolidating. Ethereum kind of curling up here. Ethereum is about to go for a new high. It looks like a new local high. Oh wow, it looks like GameStop filled this gap a little bit. Now we just have gap fills to the upside. GameStop's going to return back up. SPY pulling back a little bit here. XRP sitting at 313. Everything is definitely in a consolidation. Crypto is like very good buy zone right now. Here's wifey Ashley Bay. What up? Turn up in this. You already know what it is. You already know what it is.
Dark pool volume here for GME. So something is going on in the background.
So they used all those short shares from yesterday, bro. They used all of them short
and I
shares.
think it is because if SPY starts to pull back, which I'm going to get to here in the SPY section, it could cause liquidity issues. I long told you guys that a crash, they're going to, and if we were to see the rates get lowered, that would absolutely pump the market. If rates remain the same like the market's expecting, we could see some volatility, but most likely you'll see a...
Oh, we got tech earnings today, too. We got tech earnings today. We got tech earnings today. We have Microsoft and Meta earnings today. Anubis! Willie, 803, just got a free membership from Anubis Gaming, and that puts us at 7. I repeat, 7 brand new members for the day. 72 likes, 125 people in the building. Let's go. Hey. Make sure you guys follow me on Twitter/X. Follow me on Twitter/X and follow me on Instagram. We're almost at 2,200 X followers. Yo, thank you, Anubis, bro, for the gifted membership. I really appreciate it. That puts us at 8. That puts us at 7 brand new members. Ashley, you're wild. I bet you as soon as you guys start to sell, it will pump. I'm up on both my AMC and GameStop. You got to learn how to buy low, sell high. It's the only way. Stocks are for trading. They're not for holding. Thanks, Ashley. I appreciate it. We up now. I told everyone back in PA I'd be famous, that I'd be rich, that I'd get lit. I tried to tell all of you guys. And now I go back to PA and you're all like down and I'm up. No offense. Probably for the better that I left. Now I realize moving to Florida was the best decision I've ever made. I'm coming back to PA to save everyone. Yeah, Roaring Kitty's not our friend, guys. Okay, we have the Fed interest rate coming up here soon, so things are about to get crazy. I'm playing SPY calls. Yo, I just heard my voice in the microphone, and now I understand. My voice is like angel. I don't know, bro. I always used to hate my voice, but I just heard my voice on the microphone, and it sounds really good. SPY calls about the print. I'm posting in the Discord. Yep, SPY's about to pump. Bro, Powell is not raising rates, guys. They're going to remain the same. Bro. Once you see this, bro, this is how you know. I told you guys this 100 times, and we've used this 100 times. Forecast and consensus are the same. The rates are going to remain the same. That's all you need to know. Which the market will rally off of. SPY will rally off of that. SPY calls, bro. They're about to print. I got calls. Discord got calls. We might see 640. It's gonna be a green week. I told you guys it's gonna be a green week, bruh. We're only down 0.5%. It's gonna be a green week. We're turning around now. Everything's turning around now. GameStop's turning around. AMC's trying to go green on the day, which if it closes green on the day, that will be right along with my prediction. SPY is starting to push back up. I told you guys Wednesday we would see bullishness off GDP. We'll probably see bullishness as long as the Fed interest rate remains the same. Fed meeting in 20 minutes. Fed interest rate 20 minutes. Fed interest rate 20 minutes. And then we will have a Fed press conference. I just posted in the day trade chat inside of Discord. SPY's coming back big, bro. SPY's coming back hard. Look at this. Look at this. Yeah. Calls are about to print. Calls every day. Calls every day so I can buy more Bitcoin. Calls every day. It's free money. All I got to do is buy SPY calls and then cash that money out and buy Bitcoin with it immediately. Bro, it's genius. I gotta stack more. My son wants a Switch 2. My son wants a Nintendo Switch 2. I gotta stack more. I just posted in the day trade chat and I just put out valuable information. Very valuable information in the day trade chat inside of Discord right now. Calls are about to print. Calls are about to print. Calls about to print. Calls about to print. You already know what it is. Calls about to print. Calls about to print. Calls every day, bitch. I already spent like 1.5 bands just I spent 1.75 bands just going up the PA and coming back down and all the other stuff. And now he wants to switch too. I don't think this kid understands money. I should have bought that. Yo, if I would have bought that, that would have been crazy. I do not think this kid understands money, bruh. I spent 1.75 bands. But you know what? All I can do is thank God because, bro, imagine if I was so broke I couldn't spend that money. So that's why every day when I wake up, man, I thank the people that are watching my channel. And, oh shoot, that's a good idea. He has to learn about the charts to get the switch. Oh my God, that's what I'm gonna do. SPY going up seems to be good for everything. It seems to be helping everything, guys. So I want SPY to go up. If he did learn the charts, he could carry the stream on. That would be crazy. All right, SPY pulling back a little bit here. If SPY can hold 636.73, you could see a nice move up. Fed interest rate decisions coming in 12 minutes. Fed interest rate decision coming in 12 minutes. Now, guys, I'm letting you guys know right now, I think rates will remain the same. If so, we should see slight bullishness off of that, but you might see some like up and down movement first before you see the bullishness. Like you might see a drop to pop. You're going to see volatility. If rates change for whatever reason, and you see rates get lowered, the market will absolutely explode. If rates get raised, the market will dump. I don't think any of that's going to happen, but I'm just letting you guys know what's on the table right now. If you're holding calls right now, or options, get ready because it's going to be crazy. Take profit as soon as possible. Not financial advice. Just looking at what I look at from a trader, giving you guys my perspective. This is my opinion. Please do your own research and due diligence before buying any stock of crypto, asset, and or derivative, such as call options. Alright, where's Super Steven and them? I think today's the day they get their Discord. I waited pretty long just to make sure everything was good. Everything seems fine. I will let you guys know nobody else is buying a Discord through Super Chats though, because it doesn't work like that. Super Chats and Discord money are two different things. And they're taxed two different ways. It's just stuff that you guys don't need to know and probably don't care about. Alright guys, don't hate me right now. We got to do a commercial. We got to use what tools are available to us to get the bag. And right now commercials are one of those tools. So commercial in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. AMC is trying to go green on the day, but it's barcoding. GameStop slight pullback. GameStop has support at 22.66. Alright, Fed interest rate decision in 7 minutes. Fed interest rate decision in 7 minutes. 7 minutes till Fed interest rate decision. Powell hour, basically, yeah. Prepare for volatility, y'all. Bro, that is officially one of the sickest guitar riffs of all time. 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, Fed interest rate decision, 5 minutes. Five minutes. It should be coming in any second. Then after this, it's like they know it's going to be bullish. Look at them. Then after this, it's looking bullish so far. Rates stay the same. That's what I'm trying to tell everybody. And then after this, we have a Fed press conference. Yo, Todd. Thank you for the 5 gifted, brother. All right, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. The market's literally stalled out until this comes in. Todd, thank you for the 5 gifted, bro. That's insane. Bro, that puts us at 12 new members for the day. Let's go. Market has stalled out, bro. Market has stalled out right now. 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. All right, let's see, let's see. I bet they stay the same. We'll see what happens, though. They should be out literally any second. Bro, thank you for helping us get to that 12 new members, bro. I really appreciate that, guys. The 5 gifted is huge. Thank you. I keep refreshing it. SPY's about to push if it can break this 636. 636.72. SPY's gonna pump. They stay the same. Rates stay the same. Rates stay the same. Rates stay the same. As predicted, guys. Rates stay the same as predicted. Rates stay the same as predicted. Rates remain the same as predicted. Here comes SPY pump. Here it comes. The Fed interest rates stay 4.5 as predicted. Stock market news. All right, so now we're going to have volatility, but I think overall SPY will end up going up. You're going to see volatility shakeout type shit. All right, so SPY got a quick pop to the upside, then drop down, retesting some of these lows. Let's see how she reacts. You're going to see a lot of volatility. This is what I expected. SPY still green on the day. Yes, I'll have the meeting when it's available. It's not going to be available to 2:30. And we have tech earnings. Yo, today's insane, bruh. We have tech earnings. We have GDP, Fed interest rates, plus Fed meeting and tech earnings, bruh. Absolutely insane. Okay, so you guys see that volatility as we expected. I expect SPY to continue up when it's all said and done. We have a Fed press meeting, though, as well. So this is going to be also causing volatility in the meantime. And it's going to be at 2:30. So we have a little bit until that goes. Looks like AMC and GameStop pulled back off of that somehow. I don't know how. Whatever, you know. Let's see how crypto's doing. Crypto's just chilling, relaxing. Crypto got the same pop to drop that SPY did. SPY's recovering a little bit, but NASDAQ also recovering. US dollar keeps creeping up. It's making a bull flag. We don't want this. Hopefully the tariffs knock it back down, but the dollar keeps creeping up. Crypto holders don't want this. We want the dollar to stay under 99. I told you guys Bitcoin will be in a bull run and remain in a bull run if the dollar can remain under 100. Basically 99.99. We're getting dangerously close to that. Yeah, I told you guys. Fed interest rate stays 4.5 as predicted. I've been saying this for like the last 5 days that interest rates were going to remain the same. What up, 5150? GameStop getting a nice bounce right now. GameStop getting a nice bounce. CME pulling back a little bit. Should be able to get a bounce here off of that. SPY consolidating, SPY consolidating. Waiting for this Fed meeting, huh? All right, we got the Fed meeting. Hey. Yo, thank you guys for watching. We got 128 in the building right now. 128 in the building. Let's go. Turn up. 128 in the building. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Yeah. Also, I want to thank you guys for 100+ likes. Every time I put that little poll on there, bro, that helps a lot. 52% of you guys say you always hit the like. Let's see if we got any hate watchers. We do got hate watchers. They're probably not even joking. That's probably like at least 3% of that is probably for real. They're not joking. They legit hate watch. And then 40% of you guys get reminded to hit the like button, and that helps us out. I'm telling you, every time I put this on there, likes fly. So I appreciate that, guys. I appreciate the support. That helps push our stream to the top of the algorithm. You know what I mean? We got Fed interest rates, GDP, tech earnings. Today's just insane. Today's insane. What is even happening? And how is so many events crammed in one day? Literally, GDP, Fed interest rates, Fed meeting, plus tech earnings. And it's the last day of the month. What? Oh no, okay. That would make it even more crazy. There's 31 days. Oh man, we still got a whole nother day to earn for this month? Hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. Alright, looks like we're starting off the next week or next month on a Friday. That's gonna be strange. All right, y'all. It's about that time. Push-up time. It's push-up time, guys. I got to do push-ups for all the chats. I got 5 push-ups for each chat. All right, so let's see how many chats we got, and see where we're at with the push-ups. Chats. What am I doing? I want to see. We're gonna do 5 for each. Oh man, we got a decent amount. 25. Yeah, 25. All right, guys. SPY pulling back here. SPY pulling back. SPY pulling back. Fed meeting in 8 minutes. I will be playing it live. Some of you guys must be new. You guys are like saying, play the meeting, play the meeting. I'm going to play the meeting, dog. This is what I do. All right, 25 push-ups. Let's get it. All right, y'all seen it firsthand. Quick little 40 clip like it was nothing. That was straight full pump too. Chest to floor every time. All the way up, full extension. All right, we got a little bit of push up here on SPY. Let's see where the Fed takes us, though. Yeah, I can do 100, and if I'm feeling good, and I haven't, maybe if I warm up with like 10 or 20, I could do 100 all one go for sure. I think I've done like 75 or 100 all in one go. I know I did 75. I think I've done 100 before, though. I know for a fact I've done 75. But I try to do 100 a day. Some days I might do a little less. Some days I might do a little more. It is what it is. As Americans, y'all, we got to get our heart rates up. We be eating all this cholesterol. Some of y'all are not in America. But in America, bro, we be eating high cholesterol, high sugar food, bro. We got to get that heart rate up once a day, bro.
And this is also key. This is also key. All right, looks like SPY's looking pretty good here. Looks like SPY's going to be looking pretty good here when it's all said and done. Fed meeting in about 4 minutes. Fed meeting in about 4 minutes. Yeah, we're looking pretty good here for SPY. I think, like I said, when this is all said and done, you're going to see a push up. SPY's not going to crash easily, bruh. I do think it is getting ready for a pullback. It has to be. RSI is just crazy. You can't just keep going up forever. You do have room to run on the weekly, though. You do have some room to run on the weekly, so anything could happen in the markets. But right now, on the daily time frame, we're overbought, and that's not good. That means you've been rallying for quite some time. We should have broke down here somewhere. And somehow they saved it. I think they have full control now of the market, guys, to be honest with you. I think they have almost full control. I think there's maybe like 2 parties, maybe like BlackRock or Vanguard, and like maybe there's other smaller hedge funds underneath them. But there's probably like 2 parties volleying for control. And sometimes these 2 parties agree, and sometimes these 2 parties disagree. Maybe there's like a third one in there. But I feel like overall, as a whole, and when I say they, I mean like BlackRock and Vanguard. Like, I think they control the market. I literally think they have complete control almost. I think algorithms play into it as well. But I think they have the algorithms tuned pretty well at this day and age, and I really do think they can. It might sound crazy to some people, but I really do think they can pretty much over time take assets, any asset they choose, to close to, if not the exact price targets that they want over time. When it comes to stocks, I think they have. I mean, we've heard Citadel say this before. Or was it Doug Sifu? Was it Doug Sifu or was it Citadel? They said take prices to the valuations he said something along the lines of that. Take prices to the valuations along the line. He was like, we take prices to the valuations that we see fit, or something like that. So if they can control like Nvidia, Netflix, Meta, Microsoft, and control it for the most part, they could take SPY and NASDAQ wherever they want it to go. And I think on here, when it comes to stuff like this, maybe like this rally here, and the recent short squeeze we've seen in 2024 with GameStop, I think when things like this happen is when they lose control for a moment. Or maybe the 2 parties or 3 parties don't agree, and then maybe one side is maybe helping. Retail plays a part, but it's a very small part. Retail's not organized. Retail's very segmented. Bro, I've been in this game too long. I've been in the stock game too long, and I see it exactly for what it is. Guys, my best non-financial advice for you is stocks are for trading, and crypto is the one thing. Bitcoin in particular. If you just want to buy and hold and do nothing, Bitcoin, that's the only way. That's the only way, bruh. If you have all of these plays, you gotta make moves, bruh. If you're an AMC and GME, you got to make moves. You either gotta know how to dollar cost average your price down. You gotta know how to buy the bottoms, take advantage of these rallies. Bro, you gotta know how to move or you're gonna get slaughtered. You're gonna get finagled and slaughtered, bro, if you do not make moves with the memes. You can make mad cash. Do not get it twisted. Memes, oh my God, can be the savior and grace sometimes. But if you don't make moves, bro, you're gonna get hit, bro. All right, look, SPY pushing up as expected, right? Who would have guessed? Meeting.
In a timely way to potential economic developments. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments.
All that bullshit that he always says.
Recent indicators suggest that growth of economic activity has moderated. GDP rose at a 1.2% pace in the first half of this year, down from 2.5% last year. Although the increase in the second quarter was stronger at 3%, focusing on the first half of the year helps smooth through the volatility in the quarterly figures related to the unusual swings in net exports. The moderation in growth largely reflects a slowdown in consumer spending.
Look at SPY
In
go.
contrast, business
Anyone got
investment
those
in
calls?
equipment and
Who got those
intangibles
calls?
picked up from last year's pace.
Who got those calls?
Activity in the housing sector
Who
remains
got those
weak.
calls?
In the labor market, conditions have remained solid. Payroll job gains averaged 150,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate at 4.1% remains low and has stayed in a narrow range over the past year.
He's always lying. This is what I
Wage
start
growth
to
has
get
continued
enraged.
to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022,
I can't stand Powell, bro. I
but
can't
remains
stand
somewhat
these people. I
elevated
cannot.
relative to our 2%
All right,
longer
good.
run
Calls
goal.
printing.
Estimates based on the
Calls
Consumer
printing.
Price Index and other data indicate that total
Calls
PCE prices
printing.
rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in June,
Calls
and that,
printing.
excluding the
Dig.
volatile food and energy categories, core
called it in the
PCE prices
Discord.
rose 2.7%. These readings are little changed from the beginning of the year, although the underlying
called it in the
composition of
Discord,
price
y'all.
changes has shifted.
I gave strike price. and
Services
everything.
inflation has
Day trade
continued to
chat.
ease, while increased tariffs are pushing up prices in some categories of goods. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs, as reflected in both
Y'all better
market-based
take
and
profit before the end of
survey-based
the day, though.
measures.
Tech
Beyond
earnings.
the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5% and to continue reducing the size of our balance sheet. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Changes to government policies continue to
Oh,
evolve.
look
and their
at
effects
SPY
on the
go.
economy
Look at
remain
SPY go. There she
uncertain.
go.
Higher tariffs have begun to show through more clearly to prices of some goods, but their overall effects on economic activity and inflation remain to be seen. A reasonable base case is that the effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a
Short-lived?
one-time shift in the price level. But it
Short-lived?
is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing inflation problem. For the time being, we're well positioned to learn more about the likely course of the economy and the evolving balance of risks before adjusting our policy stance. We see our current policy stance as appropriate to guard against inflation risks. We're also attentive to risks on the employment side of our mandate. In coming months, we will receive a good amount of data that will help inform our assessment of the balance of risks and the appropriate setting of the federal funds rate. At this meeting, the committee continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. We focused on potential revisions to our statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy, and are on track to
SPY's
wrap
pumping.
up any
SPY's
modifications
pumping.
by
I called
late
it in the
summer.
Discord. Called it in the Discord.
The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy:
SPY's
maximum
pumping,
employment and price and stable
Now I
prices.
can buy more Bitcoin.
We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored.
It was an echo
Our
for a
success in
second.
delivering on these goals
I fixed
matters
it.
to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Oh, that was a poop meeting.
Thanks, Chair Powell. There's a lot of lean in the markets, and not to mention out of the administration for a rate cut now in September. Is that expectation unrealistic at this point?
So, as you know, today we decided to leave our policy
Do I
rate where
think
it's
they're gonna
been,
cut in
which
September?
I would characterize as modestly restrictive. Inflation is running a bit above 2%, as I mentioned,
don't think so.
even excluding tariff effects. The labor market's solid, historically low unemployment. Financial conditions are accommodative, and the economy is not performing as though restrictive policy were holding it back inappropriately. So it seems to me and to
still echoing?
almost the whole committee that the economy is not performing as though restrictive policy is holding it back inappropriately, and modestly restrictive policy seems appropriate. All that said, there's also downside risk to the labor market. In coming months, we'll receive a good amount of data that will help
We have
inform
tariffs
our
coming
assessment
up
of the balance
August
of
1st,
risks
potentially.
and the appropriate setting of the federal funds rate.
So just to follow up, by coming months, does that include the possibility you'll be getting essentially 2 rounds of jobs and inflation data between now and the September meeting? Is that potentially adequate to make a decision to lower rates at that point?
So you're right, we do have, this is an intermeeting period when we'll get 2 full rounds of employment
there's
and
no
inflation
echo. I'm not
data
listening.
before the time of the September meeting. We have made no decisions about September. We don't do that in advance.
should be
We'll
no echo.
taking that information into consideration and all the other information we get as we make our decision at the September meeting.
Y'all trolling.
Thank you, Mr.
SPY
Chairman.
volatility is to be expected.
You took out the word, or the notion that uncertainty has
It could
diminished
dump
from
though.
this
but we'll see what
statement.
happens.
Does that mean uncertainty
profit
has
before the
increased?
end
And
of
I'm
the
just
day,
wondering,
bro.
the
You're
administration
dumb.
has struck
That's why I said
several
take
deals
profit
with
fast.
large trading partners where it seems like we now know what
People
the
don't
rate
listen.
is going to be. Does knowing that rate add to your certainty to change policy, or do you need to wait to see the economic effects?
So
Now, why does
essentially,
GameStop only
the
pull back
statement
when
in the-
SPY
in
pulls
the,
back but don't go up
in
when
our
SPY
statement
goes up?
about
Like, what is
uncertainty
happening?
reflects what's gone on since the last meeting. So at the time of the last meeting,
We got
uncertainty
150 in the building, cuz.
had moved down a little bit, but it was more or less even this time. So we took out, had diminished because it didn't diminish further. So there's not really much in that. And then your second
SPY
question
is
is
dumping, y'all. It's like, no.
There have been
Actually,
several
SPY is
deals
about
that
to
have been
go red on
struck,
the
and
day.
now we seem
It
to
is
have an
dumping.
idea what the tariff rates are
Should
going
get a
to
bounce
be
off of that.
with some of
It's a
our
pretty
large
big
trading
dump for no
partners. Does
reason.
that not add to
We're
the kind of
expecting the
certainty you might
volatility.
need, or is it you're waiting
You'll
for the
probably see it
economic
snap
effects
back up.
to show themselves?
No, I think
Try to
we're
tell you
still,
guys volatility would be
you're right, it's been
insane
a very
today.
dynamic time for
And then
these
you're going
trade
to see more of
negotiations.
this tonight, guys. We have
Lots and lots of events in the intermeeting period, but we're still, a ways away from seeing where things settle down. We are clearly getting more and more information.
we have
and,
Microsoft and Meta
I
earnings.
think at this point, people's
tonight. That's
estimates,
gonna be
our
huge.
estimates, outside estimates of the likely, effective level of tariffs is not moving around that much at this point. But at the same time, there are many uncertainties left to resolve. So yes, we are learning more and more.
Bro,
It doesn't
he's
feel
always
like
lying.
we're very close to the end of that process, and that's not for us to judge. But it feels like there's much more to come, as well, looking ahead.
Fed is, the Powell is always lying about everything.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Neil Rowan with Axios. This morning we got a GDP report in which final domestic private purchases decelerated, slowest pace since 22. There was a weakness in the interest-sensitive sectors and residential investment, commercial structures. Are those not signs that monetary policy is a little too restrictive right now, given current economic conditions?
Definitely volatility right now.
Shit's GDP right and PDFP numbers came in pretty much right where we expected them to come in. You got to look at the whole picture. So certainly, as I mentioned in my opening remarks,
massive
economic
options
activity data,
massive
GDP,
opportunity
private domestic
for plays,
final purchases, which we think is
a
a narrower but
out.
better signal
really know what you're doing
for future, for where the economy is going, has come down to a little better than 1%, 1.2%, I think, in the case of GDP for the first half, whereas it was 2.5% last year. So that has certainly come down. But if you look at the labor market, what you see is, by many statistics, the labor market is kind of still in balance. It's things like quits, job openings, and let alone the unemployment rate. They're all by many measures, very similar to where they were a year ago. So you do not see weakening in the labor market. You do see a slowing in job creation, but also a slowing in the supply of workers. So you've got a labor market that's in balance, albeit partially because both demand and supply for workers is coming down at the same pace, and that's why the unemployment rate has remained roughly stable, which is why I said we do see downside
we got
risk
unemployment
in the
on
labor
Friday.
market. I mean, our two mandate variables, right, are inflation and maximum employment, stable prices and maximum employment, not so much growth. So the labor market looks solid.
All right, SPY's getting a bounce now.
Inflation is above target, and even if
we were outside the bands here,
so the tariff effects, we think it's still a bit above target.
This is a hammer candle so far.
And that's why our stance is where it is. But as I mentioned,
to the upside.
Downside risks to the labor market are certainly apparent.
So on labor, given the fluid labor supply situation, is there a number for this jobs report we get on Friday that would look to you like equilibrium job growth?
The main number you have to look at now is the unemployment rate, because it's true that the demand for workers in the form of, let's call it, just say payroll jobs, that number has come down, but so has the break-even number, kind of in tandem. So, as long as that puts the labor market in balance, the fact that it's getting into balance due to declines in both supply and demand, though, I think it is suggestive of downside risk. So we of course, will be watching that carefully.
SPY is bouncing back crazy now.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. Two of your colleagues called for a quarter-point cut today, and I'm wondering what aspects of their argument were most compelling to you, and how you're weighing their views against those
in the chat, guys.
On the committee who, as of the June forecast, were in the camp of the Fed holding interest rates steady for the remainder of the year. And just in terms of the June SEP in particular, is that still the best representation of where the core of the committee is?
So on the dissents, what you want from everybody and also from a dissenter is a clear explanation for what your thinking is and what are the arguments you're making, and we had that today. So I think basically this was quite a good meeting all around the table where people were thought carefully about this and put their positions out there. As I mentioned, the sort of the majority of the committee was of the view that inflation's a bit above target, maximum employment is at target. That calls for modestly restrictive, in my way of thinking, modestly restrictive stance of policy for now.
Powell just has no idea
two
what's
dissenters
going on.
who I think, you want that clear thinking and expression of your thinking, and we certainly had that today. I think all around
Powell
the table.
just has no idea.
In terms of, you ask about the June SEP, I wouldn't. That you're right. That's what it says, and that may well. I couldn't point to it 6 weeks later as expressing people's thought. You really can't do that. We don't run an SEP, and I don't like to substitute in my own estimate of what the SEP might be. We don't have one. So I'll just say that we haven't made any decisions about September. We'll be monitoring all the incoming data and asking ourselves whether the federal funds rate is in the right place.
And just on the point about policy being only modestly restrictive, does that mean that there's actually not much scope to reduce rates once the conditions for a cut are met, barring a significant weakening of the labor market?
So let me say, my own estimate is modestly restrictive, and there are a range of views of what the neutral rate is at this moment for our economy, and so others may say it's more restrictive or less restrictive even. We're going to be at some point, when we return to moving toward a more neutral stance, we'll be making that judgment as we go. I don't think we have a preset course. It's not so mechanical as saying, you know, we've derived with great confidence the neutral rate, and that is our destination, because really we understand that no one actually knows what the neutral rate is. We know it by its works, and that will be how the way the economy reacts over time to,
up and down swings.
you know, to
That's exactly what I said
slightly
was going to
looser
happen. You're
policy.
going to see up and down swings. When it's all said and done, I think, and I could be wrong, but I think up is going to be the
Nick
direction.
Timmeros, the
And
Wall
so
Street
far,
Journal.
we've
Chair
been
Powell,
making higher
my
highs
question
and
is about
higher
what have you
lows.
learned over the
So,
last few months
we're
about
trending
the
up.
inflation generating
635,
and price pass-through
even, all the way
process?
to
And just to drill
637,
down, the June
67.
CPI report showed evidence of tariff-induced goods
And it could
inflation.
be higher
Now, the
because
tariff landscape is only starting to be settled with some of these more recent deals. Given the lags between when tariffs are announced and when they show up in goods prices, is 2 months a long enough horizon to evaluate the impact and be confident that tariffs aren't impacting the broader inflation process?
I think you have to think of this as still quite early days. And so I think what we're seeing
it's
now
very early
is
for the tariffs.
substantial amounts of tariff revenue being collected on the order of $30 billion a month, which is, you know, substantially higher than before. And the evidence seems to
We
be
need the tariffs,
mostly
though,
not
just because of
paid,
the debt is so
paid
out of
only to a
control.
small extent through exporters lowering their
the whole
price.
economy is about to
And
implode.
companies or
And they're
retailers,
trying
sort
to
of
save it right
people
now,
who are
basically.
upstream, institutions that are upstream
That's why we
from
also got
the
the Bitcoin
consumer
reserve.
are paying most of this for now. Consumers it's starting to show up in consumer prices, as you know, in the June report. We expect to
Dollar's
see more of
definitely-
that.
Definitely strengthening.
And we know from surveys
is gonna be bad
that
for
companies
Bitcoin, though. I
feel
might
that
guess
they
that.
have every
And crypto.
intention of
Dollar pulling back a
putting
little
this
bit
through
here
the
after
consumer,
that bull
but
flag
you know, the
breakout
truth
and
is
had
they
to
may not be able to in
push
many cases.
up,
So
bull flag
I think
consolidation.
we're just going to have to watch and learn empirically how much of this and over what period of time. I think we've learned that the process will probably be slower than
See if Bitcoin can find some
expected
legs
at the
here maybe
beginning,
off
but
of
we
that.
never expected it to be fast.
Bitcoin probably tracking with this
And,
macro prediction, though.
we think
do
we have a long way to
macro
go to really
falling wedge
understand
potentially
exactly
here on
how it will be.
BTC,
So that's how
which
we're
we
thinking
could
of it
see
right
a
now.
So if I could follow up, is the reticence to
potential
look through core
breakout
goods
of-
inflation being driven by the judgment that during the pandemic, expectations proved more
said
adaptive
the
than
B
anyone
word.
at the Fed expected? Is it being driven by uncertainty over how restrictive policy is?
You could argue we are a bit looking through goods inflation by not raising rates. You know, we haven't reacted to new inflation, but I mean, I wouldn't insist upon that. But I don't think I think the base case. As I said, a reasonable base case is that these are one-time price effects. Of course, in the end, there will not be. This will not turn out to be inflation,
these
because we'll make
buy
sure
orders here.
that it's not. We will, through our tools, make sure that this does not move from being a one-time price increase to serious inflation. We want to do that efficiently, though, and that means we want to do it. If you
Can't
move
control the
too
economy,
soon,
you idiot.
you
That's what
wind
you don't
up
understand.
maybe not getting inflation all the
So
way
dumb
fixed, and you have to
and
come
arrogant
back.
to
That's
think you can.
inefficient. If you move too late, you might do unnecessary damage to the labor market. So
These idiots thinking they can
there
control
won't be
the
in the
economy,
end
and all they really do
a
is
big
benefit
inflationary problem.
themselves.
What we're trying to
They
do
say they're here
is
to serve the
accomplish
public.
that in a
They're
way
here
that
to
is
serve the
efficient.
very-
But in the end,
Yeah,
there
they're here
should
to
be no
serve the
doubt
public.
that we will do what we
The
need to do to
1%
keep
of it
inflation
that's
under
super
control.
rich.
Ideally, we do it efficiently.
I ain't even talking about millionaires.
Michael McKee
I'm
from
talking about people
Bloomberg
with
Television and Radio.
multi-millions and billions.
The one big bill, leaving
mean,
aside
those
the
are people
adjectives,
getting
do you expect it to add stimulus to the economy in 2026? And would that be an argument for remaining on hold or cutting back on the number of rate cuts
Give you
you
a
would
stimmy
expect for
check.
next year?
So, of course, let me just
Let me get some QE,
ritual
baby.
disclaimer that we don't express any judgments or anything like that on fiscal legislation or other legislation for that matter. But I would say when you think that, you know, the biggest part of the bill was
just asked, are
making
we gonna
permanent existing law on taxes, I don't think we see it as particularly stimulative.
XRP
There
coming
should
down
be
in
some
these
stimulative
buyers.
effect.
I think
but,
crypto's being
but it shouldn't
accumulated
be
right now.
significant
Crypto's
over
in
the next couple
accumulation
of
right now.
years.
It's going to make them move
And
higher.
to follow up, what do you, well, I
think
don't
all
want to
of
put this in
crypto
terms
is-
of you and the president, so let me ask it this way.
Ethereum, Bitcoin,
Do you have concerns
XRP.
about the cost to the government of keeping rates elevated for longer terms
Oh,
of
SPY
interest
is
rate
capitulating,
charges.
guys.
Yeah, no, that's, we have
SPY is
a mandate,
capitulating.
and that's maximum employment and price stability. And it is, it's not something we
just went
do
from a 637,
to consider
67 high
the cost to the government
down to a 634,
of our rate
84 low.
changes. We
Brand
have to
new
be
low
able
for
to
today,
look
guys.
at
Brand new low
the
for
goal
today.
variables Congress
SPY
has given us, use
capitulating.
the tools
SPY
they've given us to
capitulating.
achieve those goals, and that's what we do. We don't consider the fiscal needs of the federal
Look at
government.
this
No
price
advanced
action.
economy central
What did
bank
Powell
does
just
that.
say?
And it wouldn't be
What did
good
Powell
for,
just say?
if we did do that, it would be good neither for our credibility nor for the credibility of U.S. fiscal
over
policy.
now,
So it's
guys.
just not something we take into
Double top.
consideration.
To possible head and shoulders.
Victoria.
Double top to possible head and shoulders
Hi,
starting
Victoria
to
Guida
form.
with Politico. When
This
it
could
comes
get ugly
to
quick.
the renovations of the Federal Reserve's headquarters that the administration has been looking into, do you see their
Honestly, if
interest
the
in that
market went
issue
down,
as
I
being
wouldn't be
directly
mad 'cause
tied to the
SQQQ
president's
would
push to
finally
get you
go
to
up.
lower interest rates?
Not for me to say. I will say we had a nice visit with the president. It was an honor to host him. It's not something that happens
We're
very
actually seeing
often
crazy
at the
bullish
at the
divergence
Federal
here on
Reserve to have the president come over, let alone to visit a building. But it was a good visit.
Are there any aspects of the project that they've raised that you see as making you reconsider any aspects of the project?
So, this project was hatched and conceived almost a decade ago now, and we went through the very long process of clearing it through historic preservation at the
means
National
GameStop's
Capital
gonna-
Planning
yeah.
Commission, and a lot of back and forth.
Obviously,
it was very
when SPY
constructive.
pulls back very,
We
very
started out to
quickly,
do
you're
the
going to
work,
see
and
pullbacks on the lower
we're
mid
very
caps,
well along on that
aka
work, and I was
AMC,
quite
GameStop
pleased
price,
to have the president say multiple times that what he really wanted
Unfortunately,
to see
we're seeing a
was
pullback in the
us
broader markets
getting
right
this
now,
construction
guys,
completed as soon
and
as
this is going to
possible.
affect
That is our focus, and
our beloved
that's what we're going to
memes.
do.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Andrew Ackerman with the Washington Post. What message do you take from the fact
Beloved
that
memes
inflation
are
hit
gonna pull back with the
2.1%
broader
last
market.
September and
Unless
has bounced
SPY,
higher
like,
since?
dumps
Why do you
and
think
then margin call dumps?
financial conditions are restrictive
You're going to see a
and
little
the
bit
neutral
of,
rates below
get that
4%
headwind.
when inflation
You're gonna
has
get that,
stopped falling for almost a year?
resistance.
So inflation,
SPY's outside the
when you talk
band,
about
should
these
see a
12-month
bounce, though.
inflation measures, you're always battling residual seasonality. So we'll have, for example, 2 months of high inflation sometimes early in the year, and then inflation turns lower, and a lot of that may just be an artifact. So that's why we look at the 12-month
I think
numbers.
things are about to get crazy, guys.
I
we
think
have
inflation is most of the
Listen,
way
we have
back to
unemployment
2%.
coming on Friday,
There are
and-
things like
and
the
Trump-
catch-up inflation. So, for example, all
Trump
the insurance
deadline,
costs
tariffs,
that are
and we
only
have
now going through
tech
inflation,
earnings.
but they actually
This- I
reflect
think things are about to
inflationary
get-
pressures from 2-3 years ago. So that's got to
Buckle
go
up,
through.
everybody.
In addition, now we have
Buckle up.
3 or 4 tenths of inflation.
Buckle up.
In core inflation from tariffs.
It's about to get
so,
crazy.
And we can't really separate that out. We're not going to have a separate
going into power hour
kind
as
of
well.
inflation that isn't the
7
tariffs.
minutes
We're
till
always
power
going to be
hour.
dealing with all of inflation. But the composition, as I mentioned, has really changed. And if you go back to the last couple of years, it was all about services
Follow
inflation,
the
which
white
was
rabbit.
being very sticky. Now services inflation is
That's what I
coming
was
down
told.
nicely. Goods inflation was well behaved before, and now goods inflation is going up. So the story has really changed. That's partially because of tariffs. It's also partially because we had restrictive policy in place, and we've seen that the result of that gradually
I'm gonna
work
play a
its way
commercial
through the
during
services
Power Hour
economy.
And to Power
Okay,
Hour.
the other thing I wanted to ask
Gonna
is,
play one
are
commercial
you
in the Power
comfortable
Hour.
BLS can continue performing their mission effectively if they take an 8% reduction in headcount and authorized spending as the administration has proposed?
I'm not going to comment on the administration's proposal. I do think, as I've said, I think that we're getting the data that we need to do our
Bro, I'll
jobs.
say whatever I want.
And I think it's really important
That's just how I
that
am, though. I ain't
good
gonna be
data
scared of
helps
saying
not
that
just
forever.
the Fed, it helps the government, but it also helps the private sector. People in the economy, they use this data a lot too, so it's quite important for our economy and certainly for the Fed's
Guys, we're
work
seeing a
and
pullback
other
with the
government
broader
agencies'
market,
work that we
AMC,
continue to get better
SPY is literally
at data. That's
dumping
what we've
right
been
now,
doing for
so
100
we're
years.
seeing
We've been
a
getting
pullback with
better
the
and
broader
better and
market
better.
right now.
It's
AMC,
very hard to
ME,
accurately
AMC
capture in real time
292,
the output
GameStop
of a
2240,
$20+ trillion
SPY
economy.
634.
And the United States has been a leader in that for 100 years, and we
64.
really need to continue that,
We're
in my
pulling
view.
back here. Possible gap fill here for GameStop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from
Bitcoin
Fox
also
Business.
pulling
How
back, guys.
concerned are you
Bitcoin also
with the
pulling
data
back.
that we're showing coming in, showing no significant
Possibly
upward
tracking with
trend
this macro
in inflation
prediction
over the
here,
past 6 months, that the
where we see
wait-and-see
this
approach
pullback
for
to the
inflation
downside for
is actually
BTC?
giving companies cover to raise prices?
How concerned am I that say that again?
The wait-and-see approach is
All right,
giving
guys,
wait
we're
and
seeing
see approach.
everything
What do you
pull
mean?
back right now.
for cutting rates. You're
We're
waiting to see
seeing
if
everything
the
dump
tariffs
right now.
will affect inflation.
Powell just caused
So
a lot
it's
of
a wait-and-see
uncertainty.
approach.
Well, so that's where policy's restrictive. When we start cutting, it'll go toward neutral.
Powell just caused a lot of
It's
uncertainty.
delay,
Guys. We're seeing
though,
a
where
lot of
you're saying it's a
pullback here just in the
one-time
last
price
hour.
increase for tariffs.
Across the
Which
board.
possibly could lead into bigger inflation or more inflation. Is that giving companies cover, though, to raise prices?
Well, what may be giving, it's not our policy stance, what may be giving, some companies will certainly be taking advantage of the fact of the tariffs and all of the discussion of how they're going to,
Somehow it's
companies
saying
will raise
Nvidia's up
prices when and as they
2% still.
can. And you saw it famously in the first administration of
Nvidia is
President
saving
Trump.
the market right now.
During
If
those
Nvidia was not
tariffs,
up, the market would
washing
literally
machines
be
were
just
tariffed,
puking.
but dryers weren't. But what do
Okay,
you know?
so if
The
Nvidia
price
was
of
not
dryers
up
went up
2%
too,
right
just
now,
like
the market would be
washing
just
machines. So companies
dying.
will often just
Nvidia
take go
actually
across the
hitting
street
new
in a group,
all-time
if you know
highs.
what I mean. That'll happen. We don't see a lot of that. I mean, what we see now is basically the very beginnings of whatever the effects turn out to be on goods inflation. And I'll say again, they may be less than
Nvidia just recently
people
hit a new
estimate,
all-time
or
high,
more
bro.
than people
Nvidia
estimate.
literally
They're not gonna be zero.
single-handedly saving
Consumers
SPY
will
right
pay
now
some
because
of
if
this.
Nvidia
Businesses will
was
pay some of
not
this. Retailers will
up
pay some
right
of
now,
this.
SPY would be
But,
absolutely
we're just going to have to
capitulating.
see it
This
through.
is why NASDAQ is
Just
still
follow, if I
green.
could, some additional tariffs
This is
have
why
been in place since
NASDAQ is still
February.
green. We could see
and
a
things,
big
really
pullback, though,
haven't
coming up,
broken
though,
yet with
guys,
the
because we got
economy.
RSI
So how do
trending
you justify
down.
somebody who's looking for a house, who's
Price trending up.
7% mortgage,
We have
and maybe can't afford those rates? How do you
Bearish
justify
MACD
that?
and on SQQQ,
So the housing-
we're
the
starting
housing
to
is a-
see
is a
bullish
special case, right?
divergence. RSI trending up. Bro, SQQQ
We
is
don't
going to
set-
pop up.
We don't set mortgage rates at the Fed, right? We set an overnight rate, and the
SQQQ
rates
is
that
gonna pop
go
up,
into
and it's
mortgages are
gonna-
longer term.
it's gonna bring the
rates,
market
like Treasury
down.
rates. It might be 30-year rates. It might be shorter than that,
And
but it's not the
basically,
overnight
this is
Fed's
what's going to
rate.
happen for
It's
NASDAQ.
not that
I
we
can
don't
literally
have
just
any
move this
effect. We do
over.
have an effect, but we're not
I'm
the
going to
main
make a
effect.
new one.
There are other things
NASDAQ's about to-
going on in
NASDAQ's about to
the
fall.
housing sector, and one of those is just there's a kind of a long-term housing shortage that we have. We haven't built enough housing. This is not something the Fed can help with, and that'll be the case even after things normalize. So I think the best thing that we can do for housing is to have 2% inflation and
see how tight the
maximum
bands
employment.
are?
And that's what we can contribute to housing. There are
NASDAQ
lots of
is
other
about
jobs
to
to do
fall.
for the private sector and Congress, but that's what we're trying to get to. I mean, we've made a lot of progress toward that. We have a very good labor market right now. Inflation, we were very close to 2%. We're seeing some goods inflation move us away, but so far not
this
very
is going
far
to be
away.
the correction that we were looking for.
Chris.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thank you. Well, can you give us a little more about what kind of economic data does the Fed need to see before
This is gonna
you'll
be
be
the
ready to
correction
cut?
that
I mean,
we
do you
were
need
looking for.
inflation back nearly to target? Are there other things in the pricing that you look for? Do you need to see weakening in the job market? What kind of things are you looking for?
I mean, ultimately, it could be any of those things, right? But if you saw that the risks to the two goals were moving into balance, if they were fully in balance, that would imply that you should move toward a more neutral stance of policy. This is the special situation we're in, which is we have two-sided risk to both of our goals. When we paused, inflation was above target and the labor market was pretty good. So that was a time when policy was restrictive when we paused. And to be restrictive is to be supporting a return to our inflation target, right? So as the two targets get back into balance, you would think you'd move in a way closer to neutral, and that the next steps that we take are likely to be in that direction. What will it take? It'll be the totality of the evidence. As I mentioned, there's quite a lot of data coming in, which before the next meeting. Will it be dispositive of that? It's really hard to say. We don't make those decisions right now, so we'll have to see.
Well, I guess just in terms of inflation, though, for example, like some people would point to if it remains only in goods and it doesn't bleed over to services, then maybe that's evidence that the tariff effect is going to be a temporary one-time thing. Is that kind of thing affect your thinking, or do you just need to see the number come down
I think
closer to 2?
We'll look at everything. It's, as I mentioned, a pretty reasonable base case is that this will be a one-time price increase.
Now, RSI is oversold at this point.
We'll make sure that that's the case. We're just trying to do that efficiently.
SQQQ just got a nasty pop to the upside here.
So we don't, again, if we cut rates too
just got a
soon,
nasty pop to
we
the
didn't finish
upside.
the job with inflation. History is dotted with examples of that. If you cut too late, then maybe you're doing unnecessary damage to the labor market. So we're trying to get that timing right.
NASDAQ is jumping right now.
That's effectively what we're doing.
Claire.
Yeah,
Claire
SQQQ
Jones,
just got a
Financial
nasty
Times.
pop to the upside. We got bullish
Just a
divergence as
question
well.
on the dollar. We've seen it decline quite heavily this year. I was wondering if there's been any discussion
RSI
about that at the
clearly
meetings
trending
and
up,
how,
price clearly
to
trending
what degree
down.
that may be complicating your attempts to get inflation back to target.
Definitely going to see
This goes back to the division of
market
labor
come down
between
here, guys,
the
in a
Fed and
big
the
way.
Treasury, as you, I'm sure, know. And the Treasury only speaks to the dollar. It's not something that's been a topic of major discussion at all at the Fed. I won't say it doesn't come up.
Hopefully we come like all the way back down
in a
to
few years.
here.
They'll probably reflect some mentions of the dollar, but it would never be a major focus.
And just to follow
Powell
on, if I
knows
may,
the
to
market's
Andrew's
dumping right now. Look
question,
at him.
I think the amount of imputed
Powell
data in
literally knows
CPI
the
now is
market
up
is
to
dumping.
35%.
All right, guys, we're officially
is
in
there
Power
any
Hour. We're
discussion of
officially
that
in
as
Power
well?
Hour.
Is there any
Officially in Power Hour. Gotta
consideration
play
of
one
looking
commercial.
at
Gotta play
into
one commercial.
alternative
5,
measures, data
4,
scraping and
3,
so on in order
2.
to just ensure you've got a good read on what's happening to prices in the U.S. economy? Thank you.
We're
All right, guys, thank
monitoring
you
the
for
situation.
125 likes.
We do, of course,
12 brand new
as
members,
you know, during the
150 people in the
pandemic,
building right now,
we
150 people in the
looked at a
building
whole
right
lot
now.
of new kinds of
You guys hit
data.
that like button, subscribe.
People are looking at big data sets that you can get from all sorts of places, and we do all of that. But at the same, we really need the government data. Really is the gold standard in data, and we need it to be, to be good and be able to rely on it. And we're not going to be able to substitute for that, but if we have to make do with what we have. But I certainly hope that we get what we need.
Jay O'Brien.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Jay O'Brien, ABC News. President Trump has obviously invoked your name a lot. He has personally pressured you. Are you concerned the way that conduct might impact the Fed's independence going forward?
I'll just say that, I think that having an independent central bank has been an institutional arrangement that has served the public well. And as long as it serves the public well, it should continue and be respected. If it didn't serve the public well, then it wouldn't be something that we should just automatically defend. But what it gives us, and other central banks, what it gives you is the ability to make these very challenging decisions that in ways that are focused on the data and the evolving outlook, the balance of risks, and all the things we talk about, and not political factors. And so governments all over the advanced economy world have chosen to put a little bit of
Investors in
distance
general are getting
between
scared.
direct political
So
control
when
of
people
those
get
decisions
scared like this, they
and the
start to
decision
panic
makers.
sell.
So if you
gonna
were,
see,
if
and
you
now
were,
it
if you
might
were
not
to have
necessarily
that,
be
it would
all
a
of
great
that on
temptation,
AMC and
of course,
GME because obviously there is manipulation involved with these stocks already on top of it.
For example.
So when you
And
add
that's
the
something
market
that
pulling
we
back
don't
on
wanna do.
top
So I
of
think
the
that's pretty
manipulation,
widely understood.
you're going to
Certainly it is
see
in
things like what
Congress.
we're seeing right now on
And,
AMC and GME. 43 minutes ago, they actually shorted
I think it's very important to
100,000
say
shares
that.
on AMC.
Maria Eloisa.
And 4 hours ago, they shorted 100,000 shares on GME, 6.4 million
Afternoon, Sir
shares
Powell.
at
Maria Luisa
GME.
Capurro from Bloomberg News. You mentioned a slowdown in consumer spending, and I wanted to see if you could walk us through what was the discussion with the
I heard
committee
her
around
voice. I thought
that.
she was
We've
hot.
seen delinquency
I was
rates
disappointed.
rising for upper income households. How do you see that evolving in the next few months,
Thought she was
and how much
spicy
of a
Latina.
vulnerability that is for G economy going forward?
Consumer spending had been very, very strong for the last couple of years.
We're about to
And,
find out, buddy.
Had
because we got
repeatedly forecasters, not
personal
just us,
income
have
and
been
personal
forecasting
spending
it would
month over
slow
month
down.
coming out, and it looks
And now
bad.
maybe it finally has. So
Bro's
I
lying.
would say
Why does he lie? Like, you can't just look it up. And we're looking it up in real time. Previous negative 0.4 is negative 0.1. People aren't spending.
It's not growing rapidly, but it's at a healthy level.
Why does he lie?
Delinquencies are not
like, you can't just look it up for yourself.
High-end delinquencies.
These people
I
are
don't know
so
what to
dumb.
make of that. I read the same thing, but so generally, and if you look at the banks and when the banks talk about in their earnings calls, the performance of credit has been good. So essentially, you have a consumer that's in good shape and is spending.
Bro, they loan the shit. Aaron loans his shares out, bro.
But
SPY's gonna crash.
Again, right in line with what we expected. The GDP data that we got this week.
A real crash.
So
last crash was pretty good.
A little bit difficult to interpret because you have these massive swings in net exports, which
goes up.
Which may also be affecting, some of that can be can affect consumer spending as well. Look, it's one of the data points that we pay most careful attention to. And there's no question that it's slowed. And, we're watching it closely, but we also watch the labor market and the performance of inflation. Those are our two variables that we're assigned to.
I'm not doing anything bigger than a weekly swing trade.
And just to follow up on what my colleagues were asking
stocks
about
no more, bro. Once I cash out AMC and GME2 this last time,
is on
I'll
edge.
do weekly trades.
He was pointing to weaknesses on the private sector. I was wondering, you've said that the main number to look at is the unemployment number overall.
So much more money.
But what was the discussion about the state of the private jobs market?
So I'm not going to talk about any individuals,
but I should have traded more.
Any individuals' comments. I wouldn't do that. But I think what we know is that private sector job creation, certainly in the last report we'll see on Friday, but had come down a bit. And if you take
trading can be
the
stressful. But like a weekly swing trade, bro, that shit's chill.
Adjustment, seriously, it may be even low, maybe close to zero. But the unemployment rate
SPY looks like it's trying to get some momentum
was
back.
Still low. So what that's telling you is that demand for workers is slowing, but so is the supply. So that's it's in balance. Oddly enough, you've got a very low unemployment rate, and it's kind of been there for a year, as job creation has moved down. But also we know that
not very low,
because of immigration policy, really, the flow into our labor forces is just
Roaring Kitty
a great
can't help
deal
us, bro.
slower, and those two things have slowed more or less in tandem. If you look at things like I mentioned,
we're on our own,
quits,
buddy. I told you that.
Look at wages. Wages are gradually cooling.
Only people it is me and you.
Look at vacancies to
only
unemployment. Those things have been pretty stable for. They haven't really moved a lot in a full year.
The Fed ain't going to help
us.
us.
Take the totality
SEC's
of the
not going to help us.
You've got a solid labor
market. Help us.
But I think you have to see that there are downside
Ryan
risks.
Cohen's not going to help us.
You don't see weakening in the labor market.
We are on our own.
I think you've got downside risks in a world where
the only ones we could trust are each
held
other.
Down because both demand and supply are
until we get that, bro,
I think it's worth paying close attention to it, and we are.
Nancy.
We are the only ones that we can
Hi,
trust.
Chair Powell. Nancy Marshall-Genzer
Fellow
with
apes,
Marketplace.
Regular people.
One more question on the lack of unanimity in today's decision, the two dissents. Was there talk during the meeting? I know you're not going to talk about exactly what individuals said, but in general, was there talk during the meeting of cutting rates, and what was the case against that at the meeting?
Sure. So we have an economic go around where people talk about the economy, and then the next to that's yesterday, and then today we have a monetary policy go around all the way around the table. Everyone gives their views. So the discussion around policy was. The majority view was still what it has been, which is that inflation's running above target, maximum employment is right at target. That means policy should be a little bit restrictive, somewhat restrictive, because we want inflation to move all the way back to its target. So that's where people have been and still are. Two of our members felt that the time had come to cut, and that for the reasons that they're going to express. I won't tell you the reasons they'll issue some kind of a thing in the next day or so.
The arrogance and hubris.
But that's the story, and I would say, well argued, very thoughtfully argued all around the table, good arguments, and it's a situation where, an unusual situation. The economy is in good shape, but it's an unusual situation where you have risks to both your employment mandate and your inflation mandate. That's the nature of a supply shock. And it's probably not surprising that there would be differences and different perspectives on that, as well as different views of where the neutral rate is, so that different views of how tight policy is. So we have those. I will say what you hope is that people, explain their positions very thoughtfully and clearly, and we absolutely had that today, all the way around the table. I would call it one of the better meetings I can recall from that standpoint.
And you've said you're waiting to be confident inflation is heading toward your 2% target before you start cutting rates. When you do get that confidence, would you be in favor of lowering rates right away?
It's not quite the way I would put it. I said that's why we think policy should be restrictive, is because inflation is above target. When we have risks to both goals, one of them is farther away from goal than the other, and that's inflation. Maximum employment's at goal. So that means policy should be tight, because tight policy is what brings inflation down. If you came to the view that the risks to the two were more in balance, that would imply that policy shouldn't be restrictive. It should be more neutral, more a neutral stance, and that would be somewhat lower than where we are now. No one knows exactly where that is. So that's the framework I think I'd be taking, and we'll just have to see. We're going to be obviously looking at a lot of data in the next cycle. It is one of the cycles where we have 2 employment and 2 inflation reports.
The dollar's pumping. That's so bad for crypto and stocks, really.
Jeff, Pops.
The dollar is pumping. It's going to go back over 100.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking the question. Jeff
Cox from CNBC.com. It's going to bring Bitcoin down.
A metric that you like to cite a lot is the final sales
dollar
to private
up,
domestic
assets
purchasers.
are down.
That was down to
dollar has inverse correlation with
gain in
things like Bitcoin and crypto, especially,
in
but it
Q1,
also has
suggesting that there's some softening in underlying demand. I just wondering if you look at that, you combine that with some of the housing numbers, the weakness that you acknowledged at the top of your remarks, that the housing market is in fact weak.
Compared to a basket of
the
other
inflation numbers from GDP today came down 2.1% for headline, 2.5%
yeah, XRP
for
hitting
core.
a buy zone right now.
I'm wondering how
Actually,
much
smart
more
money
movement
buying
you
here.
would need to see from these
Smart
data
money
points
buying
before
here.
you
Buy
would
orders
be
for XRP
comfortable with cutting in, say, September.
It's going to be the total.
I don't think they're going to cut.
Hard to answer that specifically. PDFP, I think, for the first half, private domestic final purchases, or final sales, as people call it, was 1.6 on the first half. GDP, I believe, was 1.2%.
Getting a little bit of a bounce.
So that's the whole half. You mentioned the quarters.
SPY bouncing
those
as
are
well.
slower,
SPY bouncing
but
as well.
GDP is bumpy
SPY getting
quarter
that
to
bounce
quarter,
with the general market.
half to half, and often gets revised, after the fact. The labor market data, we still think is continue to think is the best data we have on the economy, and that shows a 4.1% unemployment rate. It shows wages, still at a healthy level, but moving ever closer to what we would regard as long-run sustainable, consistent with longer-run productivity and 2% inflation. So the labor market is actually still quite solid. Inflation is above target, even ignoring tariffs. It's a little bit above target, and tariffs. So we're watching all of that, and again, trying to do the right thing in what is a challenging situation, because you're being pulled in 2 directions, and you have to decide which of those to go in. And actually, at some point, if they're sort of equally at risk, then you really want to be at a neutral policy stance, which we're not right now.
So it would be safe to say that if the data kind of stays in line with where it is right now, that you wouldn't be comfortable with cutting in September?
SPY is bouncing hard right now.
Say that. No, I just think we're going to need to see the data.
SPY's bouncing hard right now.
It can go in many different directions. The inflation data and the employment data, and we're going to make a judgment based on all of the data and based on that balance of risks analysis that I mentioned.
Thank you.
633.90.
Greg, Rob, for the last question.
Let's see if it can hold.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Greg Robb from MarketWatch. The Treasury Secretary has said recently that it would be confusing for the markets if you stayed on as a governor after your term as chair ends. And I was wondering if you had any update for us on a decision on that.
No, Powell needs to go. They all need to go.
Thanks very much, everyone.
See ya. All right, that was the Fed meeting 2025, 7:30, guys. Fed interest rate decision 2025. Fed interest rates remaining 4.5% as predicted. The reason why I predicted that is because the Fed doesn't really want inflation to go away. They want things to stay exactly where they're at right now. And I explained the nefarious reasons behind that. I think the market's about to pull back, though, guys. This is what I have. I guess I got to move this a little bit closer. All right, this is what I have, guys. There's a gap fill down here for NASDAQ. Looks like that's going to be the target. So what's going to happen to our beloved memes? If SPY crashes, obviously something could pop off. But if it just trends down, we might see a little bit of pullback at first until we find a floor, and then we'll be able to push up off of that floor. AMC is pretty oversold territory, so we should be nearing some type of a bottom here. In fact, MACD's starting to curl up a little bit. MACD's actually green on the 2-hour time frame. Wow. They are just manipulating us so hard. It's actually crazy, y'all. It's actually crazy. They are literally... They got AMC under control right now. I hate to say it. Like, there's times where they lose control and have less control. I'm telling you guys right now, they got their fucking foot on the neck right now, man. And I know everybody feels it, bro. I know you guys feel it. I know you guys feel it. I can tell with the morale. Everybody's morale is down. So I know you guys feel it. This is the time where you literally just gotta, like, if you're holding, just wait, bro. But me personally, I'm gonna start making moves, cuz I'm not doing none of this shit no more, bro. I got shares that I got now. I'll pass them down. But I opened up a brand new account. It's for only weekly swing trades. That's the only thing I'm doing with stocks. And then crypto is legit, so crypto trading is legit, and crypto just holding is legit. And I found a pretty good strategy for trading and then just using that to add more funds for a main portfolio. And that's actually been viable over the past 2 years so far with that. And then just buying and holding crypto has been viable since 2019. So 6 years of proof, 5 years of proof is all I need for another 5 years of just buying and holding crypto. 2030 is when I'll sell. And I probably won't even sell then. I might just take profits to a little bit off to fill your bank account up or something, you know? All right, GameStop bouncing, GameStop bouncing, GameStop bouncing, GameStop bouncing. All right, y'all. No, not every ape for yourself. I'm with the apes, cuz. Shit, the apes is all I got, bro. The apes is all I got left. Spy's gonna capitulate. That's why it pays to be hedged. That's why it pays to be hedged. Spy goes up, I make money. Spy goes down, I make money. Now, can GameStop please find the floor, though? That's the only thing I'm worried about. AMC's so oversold, it's ridiculous. Last time we got to these conditions, though, you guys knew what happened. AMC popped off. I'm just saying. I don't want to get people hyped. All right, guys, this is this has been a wild day. Spy rallied. So Spy rallied from a low of 635 all the way to a high of 637.67, which you could have took profit on if you're lucky. Then it dumped down all the way to a low of 631.55. Which, if you were lucky, you could have got puts. I think for the long term, though, this is my prediction for the market. I literally have this for SQQQ. and this for NASDAQ. So this is what I got, guys. Which means next week is most likely going to be a very red week. We're probably going to get one of those big pullbacks. You know how the market rallies for a little bit? And then it has a big pullback? Like here. And here. And like, so. Rally, big pullback. Rally, big pullback. Rally, big pullback. We're probably going to get another big pullback. Now, I could be wrong about this, but I'm thinking we're going to get probably a big pullback. And that means next week is going to be very, very red. Powell knew he crashed the market. That's why he got out of there so quick. Dude, if XRP gets the ETF, it's going to the moon. Please get the ETF, on God. Approval by SEC could favor XRP ETF filing. Bro, if XRP gets the ETF filing, it's going to go to the moon. XRP is in a prime buy zone right now. It even bounced off of $3 so quickly. So if you got it for $3, you got it good. Because XRP bounced off of $3 very quickly. I'm saying $3 is a very good buy zone for XRP. Please, GameStop, hold the line at hold the line, and AMC hold 292, please. AMC has support at 292. $30 minutes remaining. 30 minutes remaining. 30 minutes remaining. All right, GameStop and AMC trying to hold the line right now. GameStop and AMC trying to hold the line. Let's go. XRP just got a nasty bounce. Yo, Powell. Powell just crashed the market. Powell just crashed the market. Hey, yo, check this out, man. Powell just crashed the market. If XRP gets this ETF, it's going to go to the moon. $4 price target easy. And there's a high chance that XRP will get this ETF. The SEC has officially approved in-kind creations and redemption for crypto exchanges, trading products, and ETPs. This decision allows authorized participants to exchange crypto assets directly instead of using cash. XRP ETF applications may benefit from the new structure, especially since XRP has already secured legal clarity. Ladies and gentlemen, the XRP ETF is coming. Attorney Bill Morgan describes the change as significant development for the future of XRP ETF approvals. It's going to come, and when it comes, XRP is going to go to the moon. Right now, our XRP is in prime buying zones. It looks like smart money is accumulating anywhere under $3. They're trying to get their hands on this thing. Once we came down to $3, we bounced rapidly. So that's a prime liquidity zone. People are buying. Like and subscribe for more stock and crypto news. Peace. Yeah, XRP is going to be what really changes our lives, dog. XRP is going to be really what changes our lives. And Bitcoin. Okay, AMC bouncing, AMC Green MACD. Yeah, let's get a bounce in the close. Let's go. End the day on a high note. Let's get it. Make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe. Hit that like button, subscribe. Hit that like button, subscribe. You already know what it is. I appreciate you guys for watching. 144 in the building. Thank you guys so much for supporting my channel. I just want to give you guys the best information possible. Hey! Danny Lamb with the super chat. Bro, AMC should bounce here. But if SPY pulls back again, you're going to see
more downside for AMC. Market ready to roll over yet?
Yo, thank you for the super chat so much. Thanks for the constant support, man. I truly appreciate it, bro. You don't get enough props, man. I appreciate you. One love, man. I appreciate it. You the man, bro. That's like our only like our second super chat, so I really appreciate it, bro. Yeah, we only got two super chats today. But we do have 12 brand new members, which is kind of crazy. That's a good number. I like that. Thank you guys. 1,200 views. 139 likes. Likes have been going up a lot since I've been putting that poll up. So I appreciate anybody who showed support. RIP anyone SPY calls, man. Just cut a loss real quick unless you got long term or unless you took profit at the 637. I think the market's going to start rolling over, so you can quickly grab some puts and then you'll be straight. Not financial advice. Obviously, you want to wait because the market's going to get a little bit of a bounce, but I think puts are about to print heavy in the next week. So if you get like a weekly put, you'll be straight. Of course, none of this is financial advice. If you get slaughtered in the market, it's not my fault. You know what I mean? You have to do your own research, have to do your own due diligence. But I think overall, what we're about to see is SPY rolling over. NASDAQ rolling over. You're going to see a small bounce for NASDAQ and then a capitulation. It's about to come down, down, down. XRP with the V shape, V shape, V shape. Yeah, yeah, it bounced off that $3 liquidity zone, bro. Bro, if the XRP gets the ETF, it's gonna move. I'm not worried about crypto. Even if the market pulls back, we've seen it before. The market pulled back, crypto stayed up. We've seen that before already. Crypto's decoupled from stocks. Crypto is completely decoupled from stocks. Jimmy getting a nice little bounce here. All right, GameStop getting a nasty bounce. Come on, GameStop. Yeah. Give us a little bounce before close. Love to see it. Love to see it. $20 minutes remaining. 20 minutes remaining.
It's all right. Go ahead and vent your frustration, brother. It's all right. Now, AMC has done something. You are a little bit wrong about that, guys. The people that say AMC has done nothing, you haven't been making moves. We actually did see a short squeeze back here from $2.38 all the way up to $11.88, which is a 399% move within a few days. So you could have made 399%, or you could have made 200%, or even more off of options in just a few days. If you held through that or didn't trade that, that's stupid. You don't do that. Yeah, if you didn't play that, that's dumb. I'm not trying to be mean, that's just dumb. And in fact, in the Discord, I called this out. I called this move out in the Discord. I've shown it on live stream. I proved it already. I'm not going to go digging through the Discord again to prove it to people right now, but I haven't seen it. But I proved it. I said 995 was the bottom. I said there was a double bottom on GME, and then it went into a bull flag at $17.50, and I called out $17.50 calls. So I called out $11 calls and $17.50 calls, and then once I called out the $17.50 calls and it broke out of the bull flag, it went all the way to $64, which I then called out $30 calls as well when it came back down, because it was following the 2021 fractal or 2020 fractal. It literally was following the same pattern as when it squeezed before. It was literally following this. It had a big jump up and pulled back, and then jumped up again, pulled back and jumped up again. And it did the same thing here. Jump up, pull back, jump up, pull back, and then rally again. But then they kind of like did some shit right here where they diluted it and fucked it all up. And then that was it. But with that being in mind, we could see another pop to the upside randomly. But I think that's why they're diluting it and they're dark pooling it, and they have 10 million short shares. Right now, 6.6 million on AMC and 8.3 million on GameStop. They just got more. Ten minutes remaining, guys. 10 minutes remaining. 10 minutes remaining. All right, SPY's trying to get a little bounce here. SPY's trying to get a little bit of bullishness. Okay. Maybe help us out with a little bit of push up into close, maybe. This could be a bear flag, though. Damn it. Oh, it looks like we have a gap fill, but it's only a 2-minute time frame. I don't count those. 5 minute or higher is the only thing I count. Damn, he's already up 5% on that. See, that's why crypto's the truth. I try to tell people, crypto trading is the truth. Crypto trading is the truth, bruh. Crypto's the truth. Crypto. Look at Bitcoin. Yeah, I think the market's going to get a bounce and then pull back. So SQQQ is going to pull back and then bounce. NASDAQ's going to bounce and then pull back. The market is topping out. The market is topping out. The market is topping out. This is it. This is truly it. Once NASDAQ falls, that's it. Once NASDAQ falls, SPY is going to capitulate. Because SPY will follow NASDAQ hard. SPY is bouncing stupid right now. Double bottom. Double bottom on SPY. Bottom 1, bottom 2. SPY is bouncing stupid. Possible double bottom formation here. Bottom 1, bottom 2. If SPY can break above this neckline of 633.86, you could see a significant pop to the upside here in the last couple of minutes. We've seen SPY do things like this before. Scotty, they be, Adam Aaron be loaning the shares out. I'm not kidding when I say that. I'm not kidding when I say that. Adam Aaron loans his shares out, guys. Adam Aaron loans his shares out. Other apes do too. Think about it. If you haven't made any money off this play, but you have a whole bunch of shares, wouldn't you loan your shares out to make money on the monthly income? Other people do it too, bro. Maybe they're not apes. Maybe they're just people that have AMC. If you have a bunch of AMC stock and it keeps going down, you wouldn't sell covered calls, and you wouldn't loan your shares out, and/or. Because I think if you loan your shares out, you can't sell covered calls on shares that are loaned out. I'm almost pretty positive about that, because that would create that would be like not a conflict of interest, but that would create a problem. Like if your shares are loaned out and then you also sell a covered call and then that call gets exercised, like how are they going to get the shares if they're loaned out? If you have enough shares, maybe you could do that, but I could see how that could create a problem. Then you got shares getting hypothecated. Why do they use words like that? Why can't they just say copied? Who came up with the word hypothecation? Like, that's so dumb. Just say, hey, this share got copied. It's not really copying it, though. That doesn't really explain it, so I see why they might use a different word, because it's not truly copying. Because you need to visualize the placeholder. The stock goes into a spot and then it gets hypothecated. So now it's in this spot and it's in this spot. And you need to visualize that it is in a place. It's not just copied. The stock just didn't get copied. Yes, it did get copied, but it's also in this guy's account, and it's in this guy's account, and it's the same stock. Sorry, guys. I have ADHD, and my brain goes off on different tangents. So I randomly started talking about hypothecation. Normally, when AMC gets super oversold, it does do some shit, but we still have room to run on the downside. You guys do know Adam Aaron announced dilution too, right? So we're feeling the effects of that. We're actually starting to get some bullish divergence. Holy shit. Okay, we're starting to get some bullish divergence. Check this out.
A little, just a little tiny bit. Let me see. This low is not lower, is it? Is this low lower? They're almost the same. Is this high higher? No, we don't have no bullish divergence. Our side just mad oversold. This is actually manipulation, guys. This is nothing other than that. There's no, and Adam Aaron saying, hey, dilution. The very next thing he tweets, bro. Where do you guys see the video on Friday? Where do you guys see the video on Friday? Where do you guys see the truth about AMC on Friday? And I'm doing more videos. I'm doing more investigations. I'm telling you, they're lying to us. Adam Aaron is getting rich, bro. There's more. This shit goes deeper, bro. This shit goes so much deeper than you guys realize. Adam Aaron is literally getting rich while we lose money. It's time for that to end, bro. We got to become smarter, sharper, faster. And that's why I say take advantage of the dip and the rips. Take profit, buy call options, get the bag, bro. Also, look at other plays. XRP, Bitcoin. Not financial advice. But it's time to get the bag. That's the only thing that matters, is making money in this market. And I know that everybody here in my channel holds AMC pretty much. I'm pretty much almost sure that. I haven't done a poll, but I'm sure that everybody that watches most likely holds AMC and GDP. There's probably like 10% of people that don't hold the meme stocks. I need to do a poll right now. I'm going to put a poll up. Do you hold AMC or GME stock? And or both? And then the poll answers are going to be, I hold AMC, I hold GME, one answer number 3 is going to be I hold both. And answers number 4 is going to be I do not hold any. And then I'll be able to see roughly how many people hold versus how many people don't. No, I just want to know holding. I was going to put hold or trade. I hold too, yo. I have shares in profit. I have shares that are not in profit. I got shares that I got for free because it's house money, because I made it way back in 2021 when AMC went to the moon. And I just bought moon tickets, but then what they did with those moon tickets is they reverse split them. See, that's what pissed me off, and then they diluted them. Those moon tickets, I could have put those into Bitcoin and they'd be worth so much more right now. Because I made money here when it ran up, right? Oh, we got 1 minute remaining. I can't go into the story. But I made money when it ran up, and then I bought stuff back on house money. 1 minute remaining, guys. It's over. That's it. This is it. Last 10 seconds. Thank you so much for watching, man. I appreciate you all. That's it. Market is closed. 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 AMC closing at 291. GameStop closing at 2246. SPY closing at 634.40. We got tech earnings coming now. It's about to get crazy. This week is insane. Tech earnings. Microsoft, Meta. It's about to get crazy. About to get crazy in this. Yo, thank you so much for watching, guys. 150 people in the building, 12 brand new members, 144 likes. Let's get it to 150. Hit that like button and subscribe on the way out. Welcome to the DZ fam, man, where we have fun, get money, have fun. You already know what it is. If you're just now finding this place, you just found a gem, baby. So hit that like button and subscribe. #1 community in the building. You already know what it is. I will leave Microsoft and Meta earnings up for a second, and then we'll end the stream. And then I have a video for you guys tonight around 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so make sure you guys check it out. I appreciate each and every one of you guys, man, for real. And as always, have fun. Stay safe. Make money. Peace out. Man, this chair is breaking, bro. I gotta figure out what's wrong with it and fix it. It's like wobbling. Chair was expensive, bro. What the heck? Why are you wobbling? It's getting worse and worse. Thank you guys. Much love, DZ fam. Yeah. I'm passing my AMC and GME shares down to my kid. All right, Microsoft is rocketing. They're going to save SPY. They're going to save SPY. Look. They're going to save SPY. Using Microsoft. Microsoft up 4.5%. Yo, Microsoft is pumping. Microsoft up 7%, cuz. Microsoft is pumping. Bro, anything to save SPY, bro. Anything to save SPY. That's what I said, they'll control Microsoft, Meta, And take SPY where they want it. The rich control the market for real. They have complete control. GameStop actually pushing up a little bit here too in the close or in after hours. GameStop up 0.5 percentage point here. GameStop 2260. Meta not. Oh, Meta's up as well now. SPY's really gonna pump. SPY's really gonna pump now. SPY's really gonna pump. SPY's really gonna pump now. SPY's really gonna pump now. NASDAQ pump, NASDAQ pump. We're about to get that big pump before the dump. So we're gonna recover, make a pump, and then dump. Massive volatility. Microsoft and Meta. Meta going crazy. Meta up 7%. Meta up 7%. They're going to save the market with these bitches. Yep, they save it SPY. SPY's about to make new highs. SPY is going nuts. SPY bringing all the gains back. SPY calls. SPY calls. This is why calls work every time. They will always save you. The market will bail you out. This is why calls can save you every time. The market will just bail you out if you hold the call option. Meta up 8%, guys. Meta up 8+%. Tech earnings, bro. This is the most volatility we've seen in a long time. This is insane. This is insane. Massive volatility right now. SPY up 0.5 percentage point in after hours. Tech earnings is getting crazy, yo. It's getting crazy, yo. Okay, Meta up 8.5%. Meta up 8.5%. So SQQQ is down 2% in after hours. NASDAQ is pumping. And SPY is pumping. AMC up 0.5 percentage point. All right, I'm going to watch about 5 more minutes and then we're going to be out. Five more minutes will put us at exactly 4-hour live stream. So we're going to watch for about 5 more minutes, 10 more minutes, and then we're going to be out, y'all. Thank you, anybody still watching. I appreciate you. This is tech earnings, Meta and Microsoft. Narf. Sickest guitar riff of all time. Talk about volatility, guys. This is knocking my socks off. Meta hitting 760. Microsoft up as well. Meta outperforming Microsoft right now. What a super chat! Damn, bro. No, if you're down bad, you don't have to send supers, bro. Dude, thank you so much, dude. No. Just hit like and subscribe.
DZ down bad but love the stream.
Get a spy call. Get a spy call, bro. I feel bad now. Yeah, if you're down bad, no, man. But I love the support, bro. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Only send super chats if you can. I really appreciate that, dog. Thanks, man. I appreciate it for real. Because YouTube ad revenue sucks really bad. I only get paid like $8 off of the views. So the super chats and the gifted memberships are really what makes it worth it. And you guys always show love. You guys always like. You always leave comments. So thank you. And that's going to help the channel grow and help me get more views overall. So I appreciate you guys. Right now, morale is definitely low. Meta is up almost 10%, guys. So Meta's going crazy, and it's taking SPY with it. Meta is going absolutely bananas, and it's taking SPY and NASDAQ with it. SQQQ is dumping. SPY just V-shaped recovery. SPY just V-shaped recovery. Instant. This is why this is why calls just keep working. This is why calls just keep working, guys. No matter what. Like, it doesn't matter if it dumps hard. Guess what? It's going to come right back. It's ridiculous. I think we will see a pullback eventually, but I think this prediction I have for NASDAQ should be pretty good. Or we see like NASDAQ, oops, I did not mean to do that. We see NASDAQ push up, make one more crazy high, and then pull back. I think this should be pretty good. It should make a rounded top and then pull back down. SPY came all the way up, bro. SPY came all the way up. 638.16. 638.16. This is why calls work. Meta's up almost 10%. Earnings. This is earnings. It's probably just, they're probably just pumping it to save the market, dude. Meta's up 10% now. The market will bail you out, bro. The market will bail you out. The market will bail you out. Calls, that's calls, calls, calls. That way I can buy more crypto until the trend changes. Calls forever until the trend changes. I'm not playing. All right, guys. Thank you, guys. This was a 4-hour live stream. I'm going to see you guys tomorrow. Tune in for the video, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And as always, y'all, have fun. Stay safe. Make money. Till next time, fam. Peace out. Thanks to anybody still watching. I will have a video tonight.